those that have watched my streams before, like before I even became a VTuber, you might know that I'm into speedruns. Eh? And that's what we're doing today. Hello everyone. Hope you're having a good Friday evening, a good start to your weekend. I'll be playing some Scorn today. Specifically, I'll be doing speedruns of it. I gotta hide some stuff. There we go. Yeah, so I'm doing some speedruns of Scorn today. Typically, I do more casual playthroughs of the game, trying to get the full experience out of the games that I play. But today I'll be doing some speedruns because I'm still a part of the speedrunning community, and I'll be doing a speedrun of this game actually for a marathon tomorrow. I don't have a command for it right now, but tomorrow at about 4:30 p.m. CST, I'll be doing a speed run of this game with the category I'll be running today, Vanilla Any Percent, and I'll also be playing, or running rather, Slender the Arrival, of course, that famous Slenderman based game. I'll be doing a run of that on the anniversary update, where I'll be doing Any Percent, and both of those runs should be pretty fun. Today, in particular, though, I'll be practicing Scorn because it's the longer of the two runs by far. Because Scorn is a 1.5-hour run, a 1.5-hour run, and the routing is also a lot more involved than it is with Slender. Because with Slender, there's like random spawn locations that you have to keep track of. But with Scorn, there's a lot more, not necessarily randomness, but variations with the amount of healing that you have to do and like keeping track of your heals throughout the run. And it's also just a longer run by far, with it being an hour and a half compared to Slender the Arrival, which is around 20 minutes. So I'm gonna put a bit of practice today into that run specifically, so I can practice it, so that I can practice running it in a no reset setting. I've already done a couple runs actually off stream, just to get used to doing the just to get used to the tricks again. But I figured I'd do a few runs on stream to be sure that I have everything in check, essentially. So what this will be is I'll do a couple of no reset runs, kind of back to back, and we'll see what kind of times we get. And I think that'll be the agenda for tonight. And if I happen to struggle on a trick, because there are a couple of tough tricks, including an out of bounds in Act 4, um, I'll go ahead and practice those, but otherwise it should be smooth sailing. So I think we'll go ahead and start some runs here. I do want to note before we get into this that Scorn is pretty graphic in terms of gore, because there's some icky depictions of body horror, I'll put it that way. So if you're not into that, probably want to go ahead and skip the stream, but if you don't mind that, then go ahead and keep watching. So we'll go ahead and start a run. So I mentioned how, or I kind of mentioned how this game, in terms of the non-DSJ and 80%, is very dependent, or is very central around health pickups. So since we're not using any mods to go faster or give ourselves the ability to jump like we would with the DSJ mod category, um, we can't like jump over invisible walls or skip past sections, or at least for the most part, can't skip past sections. So we pretty much largely have to play by the game's rules. So since we have to play by the game's rules and pretty much stay in bounds for the most part, um, there's a lot more of dodging enemies. And Um, you get a maximum of 7 health bars, or maximum of 7 bars of health. Hold on, let me tab out here to adjust the volume. Yeah, you get a maximum of 7 bars of health. You'll see the UI when we actually gain control here. And you can get health refills where throughout the game where you get like 4 bars of health potentially to refill, or 8 bars of health potentially to refill. 4 refills which each do 2 bars of health. But when you go to a health station, it's kind of slow to actually get the refills. So for an ideal or optimal run, we would avoid getting, or we would try to get the least amount of health refills possible.
The battle
But
begins.
even outside of that, there's not too much you can do to save time besides some strats we'll see in the later acts, especially with the out of bounds in Act 4. So the name of the game with Scorn speedruns, especially for the first half, is to just be really optimal with your movement and try to do all the puzzles as quick as you can, because this is a very puzzle-centric game, as we'll see throughout. It's a survival horror shooter game, as I like to bill it, yes, but it also has a lot of puzzles. But of course, I know the solutions beforehand, so it shouldn't be too bad. And one key way we optimize the run is you see when we interact with these objects, like this mechanism here, we got this bracelet. You can kind of see that Scorn guy, as I like to call the main character. You can see that Scorn guy kind of walks into place for the animation to start. The way we kind of optimize the run is we try to get as close as the interactable object, in this case this little pedestal here, as we can, so that Scorn guy doesn't have to move as far. We initiate an interaction with said object. Like right there, I was right up on the pedestal when I was about to interact with it. And also, if you strafe diagonal or move diagonally, like say if you move upright, you lose a little bit of movement speed, so you want to try to minimize the amount that you move diagonally as much as possible. Because since this is a type of run where we can't really do very many big skips, at least for the first half, it's a game of really minute optimizations, for sure. And this puzzle is a prime example, because there's like a set solution for it that's pretty fast. And I'm at the point with the amount of DSJ mod runs I've done where I can just do this puzzle with muscle memory. Even with my FOV being jacked up to the max. A little bit of a cough going there. But yeah, we have to do this puzzle or move these pods around this grid. You have to do a quick puzzle here where we move these pods around this grid. And there's a set solution for it, which I have memorized, so I'll just let the motions do the talking. Yeah, that's the name of the game with Scorn. Execute the little movements, and then when they're out of bound tricks, which there are a few of in this run, go ahead and do them well. Had a bit of a screw up when moving that one pod, but we should be fine. mess up a little bit, but that shouldn't waste too much time, I think. Yeah, so you have to move all those pods out of the way so that you can move this double stack here. And there we go. Yeah, that's kind of the name of the game with Scorn, like I kind of alluded to earlier. It's a really clean movement, managing your health well with the health pickups, so on and so forth. For the first couple acts, though, like, yeah, for the first couple acts, we don't really have to worry about health that much. There is a point in part 2 of Act 1 where I'll be taking damage, but I don't really have to worry about that too much. And since there are puzzles in this game, there are pretty complex solutions to them, but I do have notes off to the side, so I can just quickly refer to those as I do the run. Like, it's to the point where I basically have to refer to the notes or else I won't really know what to do. There's only like one section really where I have to worry about puzzle solutions, and that's in part 2, Act 2. So I have to know specific directions of where to go, when, and such. Yeah, I mentioned earlier about how this game involves a lot of gruesome body horror. You're about to see that in play with this character here. Since this game doesn't actually give descriptions or names for any of the characters, including the various enemies we'll be coming across, the game kind of leaves it up to you to figure out what the enemies actually are, unless you look at the art book that came with the game. If you order like the deluxe or premium editions of the game. Uh, so I've decided to come up with a few unique names for the different enemies, I'll put it that way. And some of the other community members have come up with pretty unique names for these characters. This guy in particular we're trying to get out of this pod. We decided to name him Steve. So we're trying to get Steve out of this pod through rather unorthodox methods. I'm just going to try to scoop him out with the claw. With this rail we'll be taking him on, and he's not too happy about it, as you can see. It's like, ah, let me out of here! Well, we'll get you out of here soon enough, Steve. Just need to take a quick sec. So we'll place him in that little alcove there, and we'll try to scoop him out. But as you might imagine, it doesn't go particularly well. Because we'll use this, like, claw mechanism, or scooping spoon type mechanism to get him out, but we end up killing Steve in the process. Rip. Well, we get his arm, though, and that's the important part if you're getting out of Act 1, Dash 1, or Part 1 of Act 1. Because to get out of Part 1 of Act 1, we need to open a big door in the middle of the arena, and we need a second bracelet to be able to open it. But we can't not use our right arm to do that. The game just doesn't allow you to use your right arm for the bracelet mechanism to operate a lot of these mechanics. So instead we have to take Steve's right our left arm there to get another bracelet instead. And we specifically kill Steve there, or quote unquote kill Steve there, to get the bracelet, because if we save Steve and let him go over to the mechanism where we get the bracelet, it would take an extra 4 minutes, which would be a pretty big time waste. For sure. And I kind of mentioned before about how health management is pretty important in this run. That is not a lie, because later on with the mechanic I won't spoil quite yet, um, we'll be periodically taking damage throughout the entire run, to the extent where if we didn't heal at all, we pretty much die from all the damage we take. So periodically throughout the run, I'll be taking safety heals from the health stations I talked about before, just to ensure that I don't die from health loss. And you'll see why we lose so much health later on once we get to part 2 of Act
Well
2.
done.
Because there's basically a mechanic in this game as part of the story where we're absolutely forced to take damage, and there's no way to avoid it. So we kind of have to, for the really optimal run, we kind of have to play around that. By taking the least amount of health stations possible. I have a few set health stations planned out, but as your PV gets better and better, you kind of have to eventually phase those out in order to save time. Because when you get a health state, because when you get refills, health refills from a health station, those take a lot of time. You have to be mindful of that. Also, this is the vanilla version of the run, I should mention. This is the vanilla Scorn run. A lot of times in the past, especially in marathons like I'll be doing tomorrow, I've ran the DSJ mod category, where your movement speed is twice as fast, both walking and running, and you also have the ability to jump, which you normally don't have in the vanilla game, which is what I'm running here. So it ends up being a little less than a half hour, and I've ran it for a few marathons in the past. But for the run I'll be doing tomorrow for IHSM 23, which I'll post out on Twitter the day of the marathon, I'll be doing vanilla Scorn, so I'm not using any of the DSJ related tech where I do some crazy out of bounds. It's a lot more, how do I put it? It's a lot more streamlined, I guess is the phrase I'm thinking of right now. It's a lot more of the traditional survival horror stuff, where you just do clean movement, manage your health well, and execute the puzzles cleanly. In this case, we have to put 3 egg sacs in this machine. The exact lore reasoning, not exactly sure why, because the game doesn't explain that super well. It's just a thing we have to do for a puzzle. And with that one, I actually interacted with the second or middle egg sac first, because it's a little faster to go from the middle to the right and then to the left with interacting with these egg sacs. Because that way you don't have to move this receptacle that's floating in the air as far. Takes a little bit of time there. It's a little less than a second, but it still helps. Especially with vanilla any percent, where you're basically playing the game as intended for the most part. Place this last egg sack in, or this last capsule in. When we're done with this part of the puzzle. It should be pretty good. It feels like a 538 split. That's how this is going. Oh, that's pretty close to my prediction.
Well done.
It's a 537 split there, or 537 segments there. I thought it was going to be a 538, but it was a bit faster than that, which is pretty cool. So I mentioned how this game is pretty graphic body horror. This is a prime example of it. Because I'm not joking, we're going to pull an umbilical cord out of our midsection. And later on in Act 5, he gets a crushed fetuses. So that's fun. Like I said, this game gets very, very grody, and that's not a freaking joke. It actually gets that bad. But that's for later. For now, we just have to run through this desert. Get a nice look at the scenery, at least. What's nice about doing the vanilla run is that while it is kind of stressful with the health management and the couple of out of bounds that the run does now, it's honestly pretty chill compared to DSJ mod any percent. Because with DSJ mod, it's a lot more chaotic. You have all these hard tricks you have to do. But with vanilla any percent, it's a lot more relaxed. So like, yeah, there's some hard tricks you have to do, but it's a lot more chill, is the way I describe it. Like, obviously, there's tight execution with the out of bounds, enemy dodges, and making sure you execute the puzzles well, but I feel like it's less astringent on that, if that makes sense. I just don't run it as much as DSG mod, at least unless I'm not running it for a marathon, because it's pretty long. It's an hour and a half compared to DSJ mod, which is well under a half hour. So resetting on this category, especially if you're pretty late into the run when you reset, is a lot slower. Also, speaking of horror speedruns, so Chapter 3 of Poppy Playtime is coming up soon, which is easily my most anticipated game of the entire year. So I'm thinking before Chapter 3 comes out of Poppy Playtime to do speedruns of both Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. More so of Chapter 2, because that's the one I'm more familiar with up to 2. Before Chapter 3 comes out to celebrate that chapter releasing after so long, because it's been at least a year and a half since we've had Chapter 2. So speedrunning the older chapters to commemorate that chapter finally coming out after so long would be pretty nice, I think.
That wasn't bad.
Okay, we had decent-ish Act 2, Part 1 of Act 2. Part 1 of Act 2 is like pretty straightforward, so there's not too much you can do to really optimize it. Almost went the wrong way there. Uh, Part 1 of Act 2 is pretty straightforward, there's not much you can really do to optimize it. But Act 2, Part 2 of Act 2 is where game knowledge really shines, because there's a lot of memorization with where to go. To memorize exactly where to go with middle section will be getting too soon, and also with those little coil puzzles, memorizing which directions you have to press. Very advantageous for going fast in this area, and of course I have notes, so I know what to do, but still very helpful. I'm thinking of actually eventually putting my notes for this category, non-DSJ any percent, up on speedrun.com so that people have that resource for if they want to get into it. So at the very least, they have a guide for what the puzzle solutions are. Because with this game being very flashy and showing off a lot of its visual prowess and such, and the cool animations, it tends to take a lot of time in doing so, so we want to limit the amount of animations we have to go through when possible. Oh my god, I hate when that happens. I was trying to round a corner tightly there and I got caught in some annoying collision. So annoying, man. Like, this is one of those games where it's so long, but because a lot of the game is so straightforward, there's not a whole lot you can really do in terms of. There's not a whole lot you can afford to lose in terms of small amounts of time lost from mistakes before your PB starts to go down the drain. Like, even if I played extremely clean, like to give me an idea, my PB is so tight that even if I played really cleanly and barely lost any time, I'd at most save half a minute compared to where my PB is now at 120.51. Like, it's that kind of game where you have to really get all these minute optimizations all over the place. It's like Resident Evil 7 in a way. Plus, I have all the directions memorized though, so the puzzles themselves aren't too hard. It's just making sure you don't accidentally exit out of one of the puzzles early and lose time as a result. Because, like I said, it's a game of very minute optimizations, especially for non-DSJ 80%. Because how slow the animations are, every second that you save from doing an animation faster matters. Even if it's like not even a second of time saving, it's like a few milliseconds, that still adds up over the course of the run. 100%. So we got that third ring there. We'll move Spotty out of the way so we can interact with this pedestal. Because there's a bunch of bodies blocking that third trunk off to the middle right there, so we have to use some acid basically to get rid of it. There we go, so we'll insert that mechanism. It'll wash the tunnel down with some acid to dissolve the bodies, and we can actually move on. Up there, and we have all of the rings that we need. So we can do this one final puzzle to basically get a item. I don't think it's actually named in game, but it's essentially a key card that we can use to access doors throughout the game. It's essentially like a small and large key if you ever played Legend of Zelda. So that's what we'll be getting here with this quick puzzle. Like I said, it's a very puzzle-centric game, and you're definitely seeing that here. I fucked up the puzzle somehow. God damn it. How did I screw that up? So I had the inputs for the puzzle exactly. How did I mess them up? literally that was it right there. Oh my god. See, that's what annoys me about running this game. I do everything just fine. There's like one small thing that I forget, even though I'm not rusty. Like, come on. Alright, well, we get to do the first couple acts over again, or the first, yeah, the first two parts of Act 1 over again, so that's fun. Like, I technically didn't even have to reset there, but like, with speedrunning, since I'm dead set on getting a PB or a decent-ish run, I'm a bit of a perfectionist. So when something like that happens where I royally mess up a puzzle, my brain is just constantly it's just like seared into my brain to like reset, reset, reset because I lost so much time trying to solve one flipping puzzle. And it's like etched into my brain to do that, even though it's a bad habit.
The battle begins.
And I think maybe I was like one down input off when I was doing that puzzle, because like I had to move the rings in very specific directions for it to line up, so I could use the little mechanism to get my key card, but I hacked it up. I gotta say, even though I'm running on the lowest graphics settings just for the sake of performance and the game running in a stable way, it actually still looks pretty good. I guess that's just a testament to how well this game was made. Honestly, shouts to Ev Software for making this. hustle there, felt like. Also, I'm doing a PNG tuber setup for this stream in particular. Because this game being as intensive as it is, I don't think I'd be able to run this game in VTube Studio at the same time, so PNG tuber setup it is. What? I thought you interacted with it already. Hello? Game, did you not take my left click input? Hello? That's fine. It's like a super minor time loss. I'm not gonna get all on a fritz about it. Fine, buddy. Don't worry about it. I'm just wheeling you to your doom. Yeah, rip Steve. Just good, buddy. You gave us your arm, and that's what we need. I'm just thinking back on past marathon runs I've done of Scorn, specifically with the DSJ mod, and I'm remembering the time I ran it for Igdisys' show on the Games Done Quick hotfix. Speedruns from the Crypt is what it's called, and I remember I ran DSJ mod, and there's a really hard skip in DSJ mod for Act 2, for Part 2 of Act 2, where you can basically skip the entire act. and I got a first try on the hotfix. And I remember a meta live, or just meta, who was one who was one of my co-commentators for that, he popped off really hard. And I popped off really hard too. Like that's actually a hard trick. The trick I'm referring to is extremely difficult. I'm surprised I'm consistent at it as much as I am to this day. Granted, I probably have a bit of rust 'cause I haven't run the SJ mod in a hot minute, but I could probably get back into runs pretty quick, just like that, if I really put my mind to it. As I still haven't gotten sub 27 or even world record, which is my ultimate goal with that category, but we'll see. I might put some grinds into that in the future.
Well done.
Pretty good time. My goal was like 10:22, so that could have been a little better, but I will definitely take that. It's pretty clean pace. Like at that point, since there's not much I can do to optimize it, it comes down to just having like all the minute optimizations in your movement. So we got that egg sack on the left side, we'll get the egg sack on the right. By the way, don't think these are actually what these are called. I just prefer to call them this because I just started calling them that when I started running a DSJ mod, and it just kind of stuck in my head. Also, each stun that or hit that you get with that seam takes 3 bars, so you really have to be careful with your health there. You technically could take 2 hits from the seam and like avoid having to hit one enemy, but I'd rather not risk that just for the sake of safety. Like that's the thing with my strats right now. I play it pretty safe, but if I did like Daredevil strats where I barely heal and I like blind dodge a lot of the enemies, I could probably get a much faster time, but I'm not quite at that point yet. Granted, I am second place, so I'm still not at that point yet, I think, in terms of skill level. Because I'm still kind of meh at best with dodging enemies efficiently. Oh wow, that was super clean. If I'm not wrong, that might actually be a gold. Because that was pretty clean movement throughout part 2 of Act 1, I think. We'll see. Once this cutscene ends, anyway. Unless it gets to the auto split point, anyway, which is once this cutscene ends, basically. Oh, yep.
You're quick.
Nice. That was a goal by a couple seconds. That's really good. Like anything that's sub 16 going out of like any run that's going out that's sub 16 going out of Act 1, that's really good. Honestly, that's really dang good. Also, a body horror moment, by the way, in case you're adverse to gore. I forget what I reset. Oh yeah, I remember what I reset on last run. I royally messed up the puzzle at the end of Act 2, or at the end of Part 2 of Act 2, or Act 2-2. So it's gotta be more careful about it this time. Like, honestly, Act 2 is pretty straightforward when you really get down to it. It's just, can you execute the puzzles quickly? Which I definitely can. It's just, I need to get my act together. some collision there, but that's fine. Typically, I don't get too caught up on, oh, if I get caught in a corner when trying to move optimally here, because it's such an optimized act that there's not
That wasn't bad.
that much time to gain or lose. Like in that case, I lo lost like 0.03 seconds, so it's not that big of a deal in the slightest, especially considering how long this run is. Granted, there is still like a couple minutes I can save, or yeah, at least a couple minutes I can save by just taking less health stops. And there's also a second out of bounds in Act 4 that I do not do my PB just because I'm not entirely consistent with it. So I don't feel confident doing it in a real run. Granted, it would save some traversal, but I don't feel comfortable doing it in a run. Or at least a full run quite yet. I have practiced it, but I'm not comfortable doing it in a full run. So I'd rather wait until I'm relatively 100% consistent with it and then do it in a full run. I might be able to save a little bit of time there. So yeah, that's one part. The other part is just taking less heals with the health stations. Because as I've kind of alluded to, taking the health stations takes time. Because there's a little animation where the game adds health refills to your inventory, and you obviously don't want to sit through that particularly often if you want to save time. I actually haven't looked at Cubo 3's world record to see how many heals he gets, but I imagine it's just like one heal station throughout the whole game. Which is wild, considering how risky this game can get, considering how unforgiving this game can get with some of its damage management, but it shouldn't be too bad, I think, once I really get down to it and start sciencing it out. Ah, I got caught in collision again. It's so annoying when that happens. It's like just abruptly stop and you just like it's obviously not that much of a time loss when it happens, especially in the grand scheme, considering time save you can get later in the run. But because of my speedrunner brain, where I get irritated at any little time loss I get, anytime that happens, I just like start screaming internally. Feels pretty clean so far for Act 2-2. We might actually get past this act finally. Assuming I don't mess up the final coil puzzle somehow. Also, depending on how speedruns of Scorn go, I might do some more runs of Meet Your Oshi. That FNAF fan game made by the Vichibon VTuber group that I've been playing the past couple of days. I started doing speedruns yesterday, but didn't get very far. And depending on how runs go today, I might try to do some more attempts of that. See if I can actually finish a run. We'll see how Scorn runs go, though. Okay, I messed up the puzzle a little bit, but that was still pretty clean. There was like one part where I paused, but decent-ish overall. Maybe lost like a couple seconds because of the point where I paused, but it's not too bad. In fact, if I'm quick, since that felt pretty clean, I honestly might get a gold here, even with that little, like, minor slip-up with the puzzle. In fact, I think it might be sub-12 pace for this segment, to be honest. Because that felt pretty dang clean. I don't really think I made any mistakes on the puzzles besides that last one. Yeah, that's what I was kind of alluding to earlier with the unavoidable damage. Because that first character that kind of passed away in the beginning section of the game in Act 1, he's not a parasite that damages us periodically throughout the game. And obviously, if we get to 0 health, we die, so we have to manage our health pretty closely throughout the rest of the game. There's like a few set spots where I grab health refills from those health stations. And like part of getting really optimal with this run is minimizing the amount of trips to the health station as much as you can. And again, I haven't watched Cubo 3's world record to be 100% sure, but I think he only takes like 1 or 2 trips maximum to the health station, if at all. Because like it's actually pretty hard to do a no heal run in this game just because of how much the parasite damages you in a typical playthrough. And it's not like you can, it's like random damage bits you can avoid if you're lucky. No, they're fixed throughout the rest of the game's story. You kind of just have to roll with the punches. Just roll with what you get and then plan accordingly. That's the name of the game, honestly, with Scorn speedruns, is rolling with the punches, depending on how much damage you get, and then planning accordingly. So not quite sub 12, but it's pretty close.
You're quick.
Still got a gold though, which is pretty neat. I've gotten an Act 2-2 before that was 11 that was an 11:56 segment, so it can be a few seconds faster still, but that was still pretty dang clean. It honestly came down to that last puzzle where I was kind of hesitant on the inputs. Because I even have the exact because I even have the inputs for that last puzzle in Act 2-2 in the exact order that you need to do it in. So in theory, I just, enter the inputs as fast as I can, and then that's that. But there's the off chance I could like mess one input up and throw off my whole rhythm with that one bit. So here's where the tight dodges start, so you have to get past this chicken here. Alright, it wasn't too much for trouble. He can be a jerk and spit at me a second time, but thankfully we didn't get that. Yeah, I'm specifically calling out, oh, I lost that much health from this enemy. Because again, you have like 7 bars of health maximum, and health management in this game is brutal. Because the checkpoints in this game are pretty brutal. So you have to really manage it tightly in order to not lose a whole lot of time from a death or something. And I'm generally pretty safe about it. Because, I want to ensure that I finish a run with each attempt that I do, even if it's not PB. By the way, my fastest no reset I've had is just below an hour 22 minutes, so we should be okay in terms of going under estimate. Because I have an hour and a half estimate for this, but we'll see. So I'm doing a quick main menu here as soon as or quit to main menu here as soon as the character brings the gun out. So that way I avoid some damage from the parasite there. Pretty helpful tool for managing your health in this run. Technically waste time there, but I just like to do that for safety. We're doing that with the marathon run tomorrow as well. Because, like, you save health by doing that, so why not do it? Okay, so there's a slug type enemy, as I like to call them, that is going to appear around this corner here. So I'm going to try to do a dodge to avoid taking damage from him. We'll see how it goes. If I do it right, I can avoid taking a bar of health of damage from him, so we'll see. I'm going to get hit. Oh no, I avoided taking damage from him. Okay. So that's a bit of damage avoided there. That's good. slug there with the puzzle gun to avoid taking damage from him. You can kind of hear that he shot a round at me, but I got away from him fast enough to where he didn't actually hit me. I was like out of range of his attack. That chicken, though, it's practically unavoidable getting hit by him. If there is a way to avoid him, I'm just not aware of it. By the way, I call those like tiny enemies chickens because when they move, they actually like flap around as if they're like flying on little wings or something. It's pretty funny actually when you actually see the animations in detail. It's like such a nice little thing that Ebb Software put in this. Alright, so I'm going to do a bunch of quits main menu here to line up the cycles on this elevator for an out-of-bounds skip. So if you see me doing a bunch of quitting to main menu and you're wondering why the hell I'm doing it, that's why. Because whenever I do these quitting to main menu tricks, it advances the cycle of the elevator a little bit, forward a little bit. So I don't have to wait as long for the elevator to get to the next floor. Just wait for the elevator to go down one floor, and then quit to main menu, and then continue. And I'll make it so that the elevator comes back up so I can do the skip. The idea behind the skip is basically, so I do all that setup, and I edge myself in the doorway here a little bit, and then the elevator will go back down. And I clip through the door, and I can walk on top of the elevator and get back down here. That skips a pretty lengthy section of doing a couple of tough puzzles to get this pod from the elevator. And it's so nice that we get to avoid that now, because that was a pretty annoying section of managing your health and dealing with the enemies that we no longer have to deal with anymore, thankfully. Makes it a lot easier on me, at least, because I remember I tried learning the vanilla run before, and I got to this point where I have to go between the different levels of this facility, and I just gave up because I thought of it to be too hard for me at the time. Hey, Saiku, how's it going? Hope you're having a good Friday evening. Saiku, by the way, uh, top level runner of this game and helped pioneer the Dia Shema category, so welcome, Saiku. Hope you enjoy the vanilla runs, because this isn't something you see on my stream particularly often. Trying to stay awake? Fair. It is 10:39 p.m. CST right now. And I imagine you're in EST or some similar time zone, so yeah, just enjoy the runs while you can, I guess. We're at the tail end of Act 3-1, so we have a little less than halfway to go for the run. 12:39 a.m.? Well, yeah, that sounds about par for the course for your time zone. Should be able to hang on though. We're like I said, at the tail end of Act 3-1, so you might be able to catch the end of the run. We'll see. Yeah, I'm just doing some no reset run. For those that don't know, I'm doing some no reset speedruns of the non-DSJ category and just plain 90%. For Scorn, because I'm running this for a marathon tomorrow. It's the Indie Horror Speedruns Marathon 2023. I'm going to be running vanilla or non-DSJ 90% for Scorn, which is what I'm doing right now to practice. I'm also going to run the anniversary updates for Slender the Arrival, also 90%. So I'm just doing some practice to brush up on the tech and the enemy dodges. And also to make sure I don't do something stupid that loses me a lot of time, because that can also happen. Yeah, I'm gonna lose by 8 seconds there, but that's fine. I'm not aiming for a PB by any stretch. I just want to get a decent-ish no reset run. And currently, my fastest no reset was less than a minute off PB, so where I think we're on a good track record.
That wasn't bad.
Yeah, see? Even those timer things, so. Just run past this slug, he shouldn't hit me. Well, he can hit me there, but that's fine. I can heal up in elevator coming up. This chicken can hit me, which he did, but that's fine. I can deal with that. I just have to remember to heal when I go on an elevator to get the key in a little bit. Alright, Brute, please do not charge me immediately. Okay, I baited him successfully. Good. That's one of the harder dodges for me. This and another one at the end of this act. So it's good that I got that. Like Act 3 2 and some of Act 4 is probably the hardest in terms of enemy dodges. Act 2 2 and 3 1 are pretty chill though. Especially because with Act 3 1 we skipped so much. Also, I went the wrong way for a second. Because I'm dumb! So I'll go ahead and do a quick slip and a heal once I go up this elevator. So I'll activate the elevator, do a heal. There we go, and I'll do the second heal once I get in the elevator at the end of the act. Yeah, honestly, I think honestly, I think the IHSM run would be pretty smooth sailing. Like, obviously, there's some RNG that can happen with the final boss. But honestly, I don't think it will be too bad. My big worry, honestly, at this point, is getting the out of bounds in Act 4. Because I just really don't want to mess that up, because it wastes so much time if you do. I don't think I need to heal between now and the end of Act 4. Or between now and the start of Act 4. Because I'm at 6 health right now, which is manageable. Nice, I avoid the damage from that slug. There's one final brute, though, we have to dodge, and it's in a pretty tight corridor, too. In this last room right here. Oh, no. Oh, frick. Okay, I thought I messed up that dodge, and then I managed to stun the brute anyway. That was kind of spooky, even though it might not have looked like it, but we got it. If you failed a dodge on one of the brutes, that little like enemy there that was walking on all fours, it is rough because that guy hits really hard. He has like 2 bars of health per hit, and as another reminder, we have a maximum of 9 or 7 health. So
That
if
wasn't
so
bad.
if you fail a dodge on that brute on those brute enemies, it's devastating, especially right there because you're in such a tight corridor for that one, so you don't have much room for error, if at all. Yeah, we're in Act 4. We have a pretty tough out of bounds here, so I'm just hoping, like I said earlier, I'm just hoping that part goes well, because it's pretty rough if you get it, if it goes awry. Oh, so hi Steve, how's it going? Again, another NPC we decided to give great names to. Yeah, a chicken enemy can be mean. He just shoots you even when you're as soon as he sees you, which is more often than not when he's like out of your range, so you don't even see it coming, and he gets you anyway. What a friggin' meanie. I'm gonna try to do some wiggle movement with the camera to avoid some damage from this chicken. Alright, it seems we avoided it. Cool. Alright, so here's stuff out of bounds. I'll concentrate while I'm doing it. No, no, that's not it. That's it. Okay. Be very careful with it. I say that and I royally mess it up, fall out of bounds. Like, that's the annoying part with that out of bounds in particular. I have no good visual cue for it. I just kind of Hail Mary it and hope that I get it. Like, I have a decent idea of the setup, but I still don't have it entirely down pat, which is what frustrates me about it. Because, like, there's no clear visual cue to get it. And even if there is, you have to, like, very carefully go for it, otherwise you'll fall into bounds. Because, like, since you can't jump, you have no way to recover if you fall out. See? Like, right there. I didn't even move that much, and I still fell out of bounds. Like, what else was I supposed to do there to avoid falling out? I just don't have it 100% down the pat, and I just don't understand it. Which is frustrating, because, like, since my PB is as good as it is, I kind of have to go for it and get a first try to have any chance of PBing. And if I'm going for the world record route, I have to go for that twice. I don't know how the fuck I managed it in my real PB. I honestly have no clue. Well, I guess that's it. It's not over yet though, because there's still one part left for this. Okay, that should be good. Yeah, we're in. Hello? Yeah, because we did that out of bounds, this room is not loaded. So you kind of have to navigate it blind. Yeah, that out of bounds is rough, so you can see. Like, I lost at least a minute doing that, probably. But hey, that's de-rusting in a nutshell. Not expecting to get anywhere close to PB because of how hard that is, but you know, it's worth practicing. That's why I'm doing these attempts. There is a second, like I said, there is a second a part to that out of bounds that you can do in this little section, but I'm opting to not do that just for the sake of safety. Hopefully I can stun this slug, not whiff it. I didn't whiff it. Okay, good. That slug does 2 bars of damage if he hits these, so it's important that I get that for health management. Just like squeeze my way through there once the gate opens. What? Hold up. Excuse me? Did I not grab the health refill? I didn't grab the ammo refill because I thought it was a health refill like a dumbass. So I thought, oh, I don't need that. I won't grab it. When I actually fucking needed it. God damn it. Yeah! I hate when I do that shit, man. But hey, that's what de-rusting is for. And I noticed because I went to the elevator to go up to the next floor to get the next puzzle pillar. Like I'm playing Poppy Playtime or Project Playtime. And I realized, oh yeah, I don't actually have any bullets in the chamber. There's something wrong here. But thankfully I corrected it. That chicken's gonna hit me, yep. And so it wasn't a great Act 4, because I kind of struggled a bit on the out of bounds. But hey, that's something to practice at least. Yeah, we got a nice stream right to relax with. Lo-fi Scorn beats to study to, I guess. Alright, Act 5 time. Gonna be roughly at 122, assuming you don't have too many rough patches in Act 5. But that's still a pretty decent no reset, to be
What
honest.
happened?
It's not that much slower than my other no reset I mentioned earlier, where I got a 121, so you gotta keep it up. I was gonna look at the floor because there's some pretty graphic depictions of sex in the statues in this area, so rather not look at those. Although you're welcome to look at those if you play this casually, including on the PS5 release that came out recently, I believe a couple months ago, which I plan to get for Christmas potentially. But yeah, don't want to look at that just to be Twitch safe, pretty much. Switch the puzzle gun there because I need to use that for an upcoming thing to conserve ammo. This is definitely what I was talking about when it comes to the graphic gore, because we're gonna crush this baby or fetus for its life source. I'm not even joking. That's legitimately what we do in this act. So look away now if you're averse to this kind of stuff. I'll make the same warning during the IHSM run too, because even for that kind of marathon where, the game's being graphic is a given, it's still a warning for graphic content. I think is very much warranted still. Oh wait, it didn't reset the start of the act. I might get a soft lock. We'll see. Still have plenty left in the health refills, right? I already have 2. Oh, I guess again, maximum of 8. That's cool. I actually didn't know that. Interesting. Because at most in a typical run, I have like 4 health refills in my inventory at any given time. Alright, let's see if we get the God Cycle in Phase 2 here. Oh, we did! Let's go! Oh my gosh. That is super good luck. That was God... That was God Cycle right there. How in the frick, man? That was so quick, too. It showed up the second time immediately. That was so fast. Oh, that is wild. You rarely ever see luck like that. It is rare to get that. And as far as we can tell, there's no real way to manipulate it, so that was super lucky. It's funny, like every single PB or completed run I get God Cycle too, or at least a pretty fast second hit on that third phase, so or second phase, I guess. So yeah. Pretty lucky to have it show up as quick as it did. So yeah, this one, it's a little RNG. I have to evade the grenades and hope that this enemy that I'm fighting here goes to refill the grenades that's shooting out. Because I can only, like, defeat this enemy, technically, when it goes back to refill. Yeah, so right there it's going to refill, so this is when I can go and attack. Right there, as soon as it glows red, I shoot it in the back. There's a potential soft lock that can happen here on this little bit of parasite damage in this hallway where I can't move afterwards. So I'm hoping that doesn't happen here. Otherwise it might be a dead run because of how much time I lose from that. Nope, I can still move. Good. Taking a bit of safety health though, just in case. Because in this upcoming puzzle, in this hallway right here, I'll be taking a lot of damage. I'll be ultra safe to be at full health for it. I don't know if we got a soft lock here, because I won't be able to move the cursor when I remove the parasite in a little bit. So let's hope the game didn't screw me, basically. Here we go. Messed up a little bit as you saw, but didn't soft lock, so that's good. Also, I think in Cubo's world record, he got like sub 20 minutes on this act, which I don't know how the heck they did that, given how little time you can save in here. I guess it's just managing heals tightly, if I had to guess. I'll have to look at his world record and study it to see what he does. Because, like, the man is cracked at this game, I swear to gosh. again, graphic content warning, because they're basically gonna have surgery done on us after we get to the separate platform. It involves like our heads being sewn off, or the part of our heads being sewn off with a surgical saw. Things being put on our unmentionables, that kind of thing. So just be wary of that as we go into this next scene. Just get to relax for a couple minutes while this plays, because this scene takes a while. And we basically are remote controlling these two dudes to do a puzzle involving another one of those bracelets and a pressure plate to open a door to walk towards what I can only describe as this game's equivalent of Nirvana. So that's what we'll be doing here. Gonna walk this first guy up to get the bracelet and open the door, or at least open one of the mechanisms to open the door. So look at this bracelet here. Switch to the other character. Pick up our main guy. And now we're gonna walk our main character to the ends. With varying degrees of scarring. I'm just hoping we're like less than 2 minutes behind by the end of this, because that would be super sick. Because I lost a lot of time. Or I lost a little bit of time in Act 5. Actually, I don't think I lost that much. But still. Kind of slow walk to the end here. Still likely a 122, which is really good for a no reset. Because I think the previous no reset I had before this was like a 120-149, which is a super good time for a no reset, considering my PB is a 120-51.
I shall learn from that.
Oh, wow, I got gold in that last split too. That was super good. So I mentioned how in Cubo's world record that he got sub 19 minutes, I think, on Act 5, that segment. I just want to confirm that real quick. I'm gonna look up the record on speedrun.com. I'm gonna check his splits real quick. Yeah, he got like he's like a minute faster than me on Act 5. How the heck? Yeah, I gotta study it closely then, my goodness. Alright, cool. Alright, I think I will go ahead and do another run. Like, one more run, I think. And we'll see how we do there. 122, though. Pretty good in a reset. So I will do another run in a little bit. But I am going to take a quick break to refill my water and to take a bathroom break. So I will be right back. Alright, hi. I missed a raid somewhere in there. Hey, I'm back. Took care of my business. Got some water and also got some cheese sticks. I had a raid go on while I was in the break screen. Speaking of which, thank you very much, Sharkcat, for the raid and welcome, raiders. Nerd Squared slash Pukumori slash whatever you want to call me. Uh, I'm a speedrunner turned Al VTuber, or in this case, PNG tuber. I'm doing some speedruns of Scorn tonight, but not just any speedrun of Scorn, because typically when I run Scorn on any of my channels, it's with the DSJ mod. But today I'll be running non-DSJ, which is a whole other beast. It's a lot more. It's a lot tighter on health management. A lot more tighter. A lot more tighter. A lot tighter on dodging the enemies. And there's also a few out of bounds in the mix, which is a lot harder with the mechanics of vanilla Scorn. So, it's you not running DSJ? I know, I'm a fraud. Yeah, I'm doing non-DSJ tonight because that's the category I'm running tomorrow for a marathon. I'll be running it for IHSM or Indie Horror Speedruns Marathon 2023. There's a lot of sick games that line up. In fact, I actually aced the regional with a few other people. You know, we're doing co-op the Outlast trials, including the new trials that were added with the courthouse for update 3. So I'm excited to watch that. I think it's actually the same evening as the run I'm doing, so that should be fun to watch. We need to make a vid for it. I don't know if you know about this, so you can platform the ledges after the outbounds in chapter 3. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll probably watch a video if and when you put that out and try it, because I'm not aware of that. I don't even think Cubo does that, as I'm as far as I'm aware. Cubo, by the way, Cubo 3 world record holder. A few minutes faster than me, because there's a few out of bounds and like health station skips that he does that I don't. So yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just about to start another run. Actually, I might as well start another run because the intro cutscene is kind of long. Yeah. I was learning to run based on theirs. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking of checking out Cubo 3's old record to see how he handles the dodges and the routing with the health stations. Because, like, there's two big things that are keeping me from being even close to Cubo's time. Like, even remotely close. One is I don't do the second out of bounds in Act 4 after you get I believe it's the first couple of puzzle pillars. I still need to get that done to pat. And I believe he also barely ever gets hill stations because the hill stations are slow. Besides that, I think it's just like minor optimizations that maybe he does I'm not aware of. Seems to be a lot of time lost from my select. They're trying to avoid damage, yeah. You know, like, that's the kind of dream run with Scorn, which I doubt it's ever gonna happen, but that's kind of the dream run with Scorn, is no damage. Or no heals, anyway. But I feel like that's borderline impossible unless you find big skips beyond what we know now. Because even with the skips that we have at the current moment with Kibo's world record and my PB, you still take so much damage from the parasite that it's not viable. Scorn hitless is literally impossible because you take damage from the parasite that you can't avoid. So,
The battle begins.
just in chapter 1, the other or Act 1. Yeah, non DSJ or DSJ? I assume non DSJ. That sounds wild. What in the world? No, this is normal. This is normal. This is not DSJ. I even made sure to remove the logic mod folder that we would use for DSJ. Like, I'm pretty sure, I can double check if need be, but I'm pretty sure I removed the logic mod folder. I'm not coping, okay? I made sure to remove it. Straybo over here being a doubter. How dare he? It does? It's not that bad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's an FOV thing, because I have the FOV jacked up way high. I have it at 120. Yeah, it definitely... Like, I've ran both non-DSJ and DSJ with the jacked up FOV, and it's a pretty big difference between the two. I think the reason it seemed like glacial is that people like Cubo run with like, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's an FOV thing. Cause I remember I watched like little bits and pieces of Cubo's world record, and he runs with like I think 90 FOV, so it looks super slow. Whereas with me, I like everything zoomed out, so yeah, it looks really fast when it actually isn't. It's like the Mario Kart 64 effect, like when you are driving and you have a banana out, and it looks like you're moving really fast, when actually, no, the camera's just zoomed out. Also, it's funny because I was doing a run earlier, before the raid went through, before my break. I had a no reset earlier, which ended up being like a mid 122, I think. And on the second phase of the boss fight in Act 5, where you're like, it exposes the fetus in its belly, um, I had the God Cycle, but it was like the fastest God Cycle you've ever seen. It showed itself immediately. The hitbox, it showed itself immediately. And I've never ever seen that. Like, or hardly ever seen that. It was the craziest luck. I don't even think in my PB I got luck that good, if I'm remembering right. Yeah, it was a pretty fast puzzle. Like, I was worried de-rusting this, I'd royally mess up that puzzle somehow, but the rust is not there, even after several months of a break. Because I think the last time I ran this for anything, period, was back in March this year for Shots Fired, where I ran DSJ. So the muscle memory is still there. I mean, I didn't put 140 hours into this game for nothing. That's not a joke, by the way. I think I actually have 140 hours in this game, which is more than any normal human would have. But hey, that's speedrunners. Speedrunners in a nutshell. go play with a friend? Oh, okay, nice. Where are you playing with your friend? What do we call this guy? Steve? Well, this guy's Steve. Yeah. And the main character... main character we call a bunch of different things. Um... Scorn guy, Jason Scorn, what have you. AI reference. I'm assuming that's Alien Isolation. Makes sense. Oh yeah, I remember. Because I think I remember I was watching an Alien Isolation run once at a marathon. They actually referred to the android. Or no, not the android, it's the xenomorph. They refer to him as Steve as well. Jason Scorn. Yeah. Sharkcat mentioned that to me when I ran this for Hotfix nearly a year ago, GSJ, and I lost it. Because he dropped that name on me, and I was like, okay, that's so good. I'm calling the main character that from now on. Scorn guy is pretty good, but Jason Scorn is a second place runner up, a very close second place. I missed it. What's first? What do you mean? What's first? Not entirely sure what you mean by that. Better than Jason Scorn? A Scorn guy. Scorn guy. You know, like a Doom guy sort of thing. It's interesting actually, because, yeah, Scorn guy, yeah. Uh, Speaking of Scorn, so there was a PS5 port. Jason Scorn's much better? Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that one. No contest there. But yeah, speaking of Scorn, there is a PS5 port that came out. And apparently there's a deluxe edition with a steelbook and everything, and I kind of want to buy that. Part for the steelbook, like bonus content, and also I'm curious what this game is like with like the haptic feedback and the adapter triggers. It would be so cool to play with that. Yeah, I think the steelbook edition that I'm thinking of comes with the art book, if I'm not mistaken. And oh yeah, and a Geigerish box. That would be so nice.
Well done.
You know, I think would be really cool, actually, speaking of Geiger-ish memorabilia, if someone made actual replicas, like actual life-size replicas of the guns in the game. Like, I can't even envision how they would do it, especially with, like, the puzzle gun. And yes, puzzle gun, because there's another name for it that I'm not going to repeat on stream. I'll put it that way. But yeah, it'd be cool to see replicas of the guns in this game in real life. Even if it's not like a, yeah, puzzle gun. This gun that I have. Alright, welcome back, Looney. You didn't miss much. I just finished Act 1-1. Record the thing? Okay. I'll probably take a look at that after... Wow, voice crack. I'll probably take a look at that after the stream. Yes, trailer. Yes, that's where our minds are when we play this game. You're welcome, casual viewer. Our brains are definitely not out of the gutter. I mean, it's literally a game where you crush fetuses, so I can't fault anyone for that. Because Act 5 is literally littered with that kind of stuff. Yeah, exactly. I'm kind of disappointed that I never managed to get DSJ mod into a GDQ. I might try still, but I don't know, man. I've submitted it like 2 or 3 times already and rejected every time, so I don't know if it has a chance at this point, to be honest with you. I might still give it a try for like SGQ 2024 and beyond. Because like I got it on GDQ hotfix, so it probably has a chance, but like you have to like heavily censor it for that to work. And there's still like, even with all the stuff we skip in DSJ, there's still some questionable stuff, so it might take a while. Yeah, sometimes take years to get in. Like ever since Outlast was in HGQ 2016, I vouched for years, even spinning it myself, for it to get in again, just because there's been so much tech advancement with that game and the routes improving so wildly. And I eventually gave up in like 2020 because I figured, okay, yeah, this isn't working. I'll stop submitting the game. And at that point, I was kind of burnt out in the game. And then Shark Cat got Hundo in, which is pretty cool. Uh-oh, the censor owned you. I don't know what you just said. I just see 3 asterisks. Yeah, same. I got close to getting Bunker into SGQ, actually. Because I got a pretty dang good NMG time. Oh, there was a link for it. That, I think that might be it, actually, because I have Nightbot, and I think maybe Nightbot saw that you posted a link and was like, nope, nope, nope. It's in the Scorn Discord? Okay, I'll take a look at that after this run. Actually, I don't know if I'll have time to check during this cutscene. I might not. I'll check afterwards. Even getting hit by the filter, yeah. But does Twitch have rules against posting links? Or just automatically bans it even if you don't have Nightbot? Dang, even there the censor owned you. Gosh dang.
Well done.
Like, how dare you talk shit? There's a Twitch toggle for it? Yeah. censored for you, or is it the whole chat? It's censored for me. Oh, apparently that's the thing, huh? I never ever changed my Twitch moderation settings, so that might be it. It's like I just leave all my moderation settings on default. It's like I have a pretty chill chat, so I don't have to worry too much about moderation typically. Dashboard settings, moderation, scroll down and block hyperlinks. Okay. Well, I don't think I'll have time during this run to change that, so I guess just be wary of posting links for now. Just taking a nice jog in the desert. So a little fun fact, actually, while we're in a bit of a lull here in the run. So for Black Friday, for basically for Christmas this year, I'm considering getting myself a new laptop. Because my current gaming laptop is like 9 years old, got in 2014. And the specs for the potential laptop are well above my desktop, I'll put it that way. Because of the potential laptop I'm looking at has a 4090 in it. Like basically very high-end specs. So I'm curious what would happen if I played on that computer, if I do happen to get it. Uh, Play this game on that computer with max settings, how it would look. Because I'm still playing on the lowest settings on a 3060,
Well done.
and it looks really good. Like even on the lowest settings, like I'm playing on here, you can see all the little details. Parasite. Well, I kinda have to, okay? This is no nut November, alright? Need to disconnect the nut tubes. Get your brain out of the gutter. This is no coom November, alright? We're keeping this clean. Clean. Oh my gosh, I got stuck on the doorway. Thanks, game. Yeah, that's a bit of a slow interact there. You saw how Jason Scorn walked up to that little switch. Here, though, the interaction was instant. Gosh, I got stuck on the windmill, no! Or not the windmill, the fan, but whatever. Narratively, isn't this a separate character from the one you start with? Yeah. Like, the character that we start with is the parasite that damages us. That's the long and short of it. Because Ebb Software doesn't really tell us anything about the plot, you kind of just have to guess and check. Or, like, go off of what the art book tells you. Because they actually don't even get enemy names unless you look in the art book, even. Yeah, pretty sure they do. Pretty sure it does. Mm-hmm. What's interesting about it too is that the people behind this official Twitter for Scorn have tweeted like little gifs of different animations throughout the game that sort of allude to stuff. I don't know how substantive that is though. It's an inch off. No. I was like an inch off from it. I started clicking because I thought I already interacted with it. And I realized, oh yeah, I didn't actually interact with the thing. So, yeah. Oh, didn't mess that up. I even like looked at my inputs carefully in my notes to be sure I wouldn't mess that one up. So there is a strat in Act 3-1 to avoid damage, but I'm not gonna opt to not do it because it takes a couple extra seconds. I will do that for the IHSM run tomorrow for safety's sake. It's like my basic strat to ensure consistency with the IHSM run is to avoid damage as much as I can, so I don't have to heal as much and worry about heals as much.
You're quick.
Oh wow, that was barely a gold. The quit out in 3-1 to avoid the parasite damage. Not here because I think it wastes a little bit of time, but I am during the marathon run tomorrow. I feel like healing costs like 6 to 8 seconds every time you do it right. I think the main time loss is from going to the health stations to recharge your health refills. If that makes sense. Like when you go to the health station to recharge your health fills, yeah, that takes a few seconds. I haven't timed it, but I would guess 15 seconds each time you refill. Depending on the amount of nodes on your inventory, you have to refill for that. 1, or Act 2 too. Dang. It's like tried shooting at me, but not quite. This chicken, though, damage from him is unavoidable. You can, like, sneak past him real quick, though. Yeah, it does take a lot of time. Yeah, there's actually a really cool effect in this act in particular. We probably won't see it too much in the run because, like, obviously I'm trying to go as fast as possible, but there's, like, a little effect, particularly when you get to the lower level where you're moving the elevator uh, orb, I guess, where you see the little things flying from the tendrils on the walls. It's a really cool effect. Like, you'll probably see it right here when I move this one. Oh, no, I think it's on the other side when we move that one. Yeah, like those little tendrils you just saw peeking above the railing. So nice. Like, it took Ebb Software literally 8 months, or 8 months, 8 years to make this game, and it definitely shows. Like, even if the game as a whole is meh, you gotta give them credit for the environmental artwork. It looks so dang good. Like, barring my frustrations I have with my casual playthrough, I'd honestly say this is my game of the year for 2022. If my first playthrough wasn't horrid. Which I know is a bit of a tall order for an indie survival horror like this, but it really is that good. Exactly, yeah. I'd very much agree on that. Like, I think it actually got nominated for Best Art Direction for Game Awards last year. Actually, yeah, it did get nominated for that last year, which is very well deserved. I'm honestly kind of curious if the people at Ebb Software that made this did any interviews online or in on video. Because I'm curious what their design process was behind this. Because, like, if you looked at the game from when it was first teased back in 2014, 2017, to where it is now in 2022, 2023, it's, like, pretty similar for the most part, but it changed a lot at the same time. So I'm curious to see what the evolution behind that ended up being, and how they came to design it the way they did. Alright, Slug here around the corner. Is he gonna block me? Oh no! Oh, he blocked me, but I dodged it. We're good. That was a little Monka S moment right there, but we managed. I did lose a couple, like maybe a second or two, though, because he did block me, nonetheless. But we avoided damage, so that's good. Oh no, he might hit me again. I stumbled on him and he got a two-hitter on me. Oh my goodness. I was just talking about how I got no damage on that one slug, even though I thought I was going to get hit, and then I got hit twice in a row by that chicken. Go figure. This dodge is pretty easy. There we go. goes the out of bounds. Imagine if I accidentally hit new game on one of these quit outs. That'd be so embarrassing. Of course, I'm probably jinxing it, but yeah. Because one of these days, I'm accidentally gonna hit new game on one of these quit outs. I'll just accidentally hit new game instead of continue. So those quit outs are basically advancing the cycle of the elevator, so that I don't have to wait for it to move. Because like what the elevator does is there's like three different floors you have to go through normally, including the top floor we were just on, and like it cycles between all those different floors like a normal elevator would. So what we do to advance the elevator a little bit is when it goes down, we quit out, and that advances the elevator to where it goes back up to the top floor where we are, and that's basically so we don't have to wait for it as much. Makes setting up that trick a lot faster. I also have to do those quit outs just because Kibo does it in his world records. I figured, you know what? Might as well do it the way he does for reliability's sake. Turns out it works. I tested those quit outs. Oh, okay. What was your findings with that? Are they necessary or are they not needed? Or is there a different way of doing that? Out of bounds. Yeah, fair. Yeah. Because it's like I was saying, the quit outs advance the cycle of the elevator, so just net saves time. Yeah, way slower.
That wasn't bad.
Okay, 5 seconds, I'll take that. Oh wait, I need to heal here. I just realized I'm on one bar. I forgot to heal during Act 3 too. Uh-oh. And I got hurt there. Yeah, that's not spooky at all. I realized at the last second too. That was iffy. Thank goodness I caught it, but whoops. That's kind of the thing with this game. Like, since most of the run is so straightforward, you end up going to demotions and forget to heal. It's like, I'll heal right here, actually, since I have to wait for the route anyway. I see he's right there. Just like jerk to the right there to bait him. And we're good. So don't go that way because that's a dead end. Boom, and then go this way. Gotta work out that guy's spawn works. Yeah, I think I saw Cubo. I might be wrong here because I haven't watched all of Cubo's world record. But I think what Cubo does, he just like books it and tries to juke the brute without waiting. But you like run the risk of getting hit by him repeatedly and just your health draining really fast. Whoa, record baits him. Oh. Huh, okay. It was kind of a bait there with that slug. I just like jerks to the right again. Because like I'm trying to bait his little slime, I guess, or acid that he shoots out. I'm trying to bait it to go to the right and then quickly juke back to the left. Sometimes it spawns further back and you just run through, yeah. Sometimes. So spawn RNG, hooray! I think even he was talking about in the comments of his world record about how you technically could there's technically still some time save there by doing that because he knows it's possible. It's just it's so luck based in a game that's already like pretty grind heavy because how optimized it is at this point that it's not really worth going for unless you like no life grind it basically. So I'll do a quick heal, sneak heal on this elevator. Gonna get another heal. I will take damage from the parasite, but that's fine. I'll get another heal station in Act 4. Doesn't communicate with the rest of the runners? Yeah. Seems pretty communicative and is pretty communicative in his comments, though, from what I've seen. Like, even now, long after he got his record, he still, like, actively replies to stuff. No quit outs on those doors? Wait, you can quit on those doors to save time? Well, that's probably why I'm so far behind. Because I almost never quit out on doors. I just never thought to do it. Well, yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. I didn't get caught in that brute. That's good. I got caught in that brute last attempt I got here and was weird. Oh, doors you open with that tool when the bottom bit finishes turn, you can quit out. Oh, okay. Alright, well, I'll try that in the HSM run tomorrow.
That wasn't bad.
I'll probably be practicing tomorrow morning as well, so I might try it there too. Yeah, speaking of hard stuff, out of bounds, Act 4. Like, honestly, the movement itself, once you get out of bounds off the tendrils, is not that hard. It's just like there's one specific part of it that I've been consistently struggling with lately. Like, I have a good handle on it, it's just it's not entirely there for me. There's like a part of it after you initially climb up the tendrils where you have to like walk a very thin line between climbing up some geometry to get further out of bounds, And if you mess it up, you fall and can't recover because there's no jumping in this. It's hard to do really fast. It sure is. And if I'm aiming to go for world record stats in the future, I have to do that twice. So that's fun. Like I've been practicing that other out of bounds too lately, but I'm just again not 100% with it. It's like you have to like run forwards a bit where you think you might fall and then really quickly turn the camera right to make sure you stay on or something like that. It's really weird. I'm not entirely used to it because granted I am a bit rusty, so. Alright, speaking of which, here it is. It's like this last part right here after I get up this knot. Oh, and of course I get it immediately. Alright. Never mind. Ignore what I just said. I have to get this last part though. We're not entirely in the clear. Oh, I get it immediately, of course. Easy every time. Easy every time. Ignore what I just said. That's the easiest trick in the entire game. Yeah, before I stopped running the start of the year, be grinding going. Well, curry pace stack 4 and I always choke the out of bounds, yeah. You have to do that twice in the world record route, which is wild. Because what makes that so stressful is you have no way to recover. Because again, this is vanilla Scorn. We don't have the comfort of DSJ where we can jump to recover from a mistake. So if you suck, if you get stuck there, you have to reload. And that sets you back like 20 seconds or something. Yeah, that was really clean. Well, I still got stuck on that one part where I had to get over that hump, so it was not entirely clean, but it was first try. I'll give myself that. So I don't want to jinx it right now, 'cause stuff can still happen in Act 5, but we could have a PV pace run on our hands, which would be pretty sick. I wonder if you even need to stun this guy. I'll go ahead and stun him just in case. Oh, fuck, I missed it. Well, there goes some health. I'll try to sneak a heal in before I go in this, little gate. It's actually pretty nice, because you can start moving as soon as the thing is done healing you. Yeah, that's like my big weakness with this game. Like, I'm good at the movement-ish, or good-ish at the movement. I'm good at the out-of-bounds. Again, ish, because I'm not entirely 100% consistent. But my big weakness with this game is actually managing my health. Like, that's the one thing that scares me about running this game, is managing my health. Because, like, I'm at that stage where I'm decent at dodging the enemies, but there's still, like, a few enemies that get me, like that slug that got me there. Like, when you're running at the really, like, the absolute highest level, like Cubo does, where you barely get any, health stations, you're basically no room for error. Again, I haven't watched his record, but I think he only gets, like, one health station, and I get three. Because I get the one at the end of Act 2-2, after you go down the first elevator. I get one in Act 4 here, and then I get another one in Act 5 during the boss fight. Because I typically expect, like, at least 4 heals over the course of a run, any given run. That's assuming it goes smoothly, with barely any mistakes with the dodges. Because like I said, there's a given amount of parasite damage you get in any playthrough, even with all the skips that we do. Also, I'm glad that I didn't forget to get the ammo refill there, because I forgot to get that last run, and I looked like a dumbass. Because I went to refill the shotgun here when I went up the elevator to the spore, and I was like, wait a second, why don't I have any bullets in the chamber? So thank goodness I remembered this time around. So I'll probably sneak a heal in when I go down the elevator. If you're gonna pick up a heal, you can go more ham on YOLO strats. True, yeah. Yeah, like not being the big guy, true. Oh, this actually works out nicely, so once the parasite damages me, I do a heal at the start of Act 5. That would work out pretty well for the heal route, because I'll be at full health then for the boss fight. So I could probably do that. Or actually, you know what? I could heal on this elevator. Yeah, I could heal on this elevator going up to the floor. I'm gonna be up at the train here anyway. Yep. Judging the judge face. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Strabo. That's Bruce to you. Yes, I still remember that his name was Bruce. Like over a year after the game came out, and well after anyone else has ran this game, I still remember all the different names. Yeah, pretty sure we called it Bruce when the game came out. I guess I remember Meta called him that. I actually invited him to be on commentary for the IHSM run, but he was kind of busy, which is fine. That's not too much of a big deal anyway. I can commentate this game solo. It's just how do I feel in the dead air, especially since I'm running vanilla, where in some acts there's just hardly anything going on. Yeah. When is my run? It's, if I'm remembering right from what I looked at on the schedule, it's 4:30 p.m. CST tomorrow. So adjust your time zones accordingly. Okay. Also, it's kind of weird with Act 5 because when I grinded this game vanilla runs back in April, I think is when I got my PB. Um, should be able to get Meta or Shark to commentate that. Probably, but I don't know if I'd be able to, given that's kind of last minute. But we'll see. I could maybe at least get Shark. I might ask him actually. Yeah, true. You know what? Actually, since we have a train right here, I'll ask Shark during the train ride. I'll ask him on Discord. Also, I just saw your Discord message about stream settings. My stream settings are fine. I don't really notice a whole lot of lag. So probably fine. just in time because I just gained control. Just send him the message.
That wasn't bad.
So I reload here to avoid a soft lock. Because you can soft lock here at several points in Act 5, as I learned the hard way when I grinded this back in the spring. When I had my old computer. So I'm looking down here to avoid the sussy statues. I'm probably going to do the same in IHSM. Because I technically don't need to. Because I don't think looking at the statues here will get you banned. It's Act 5, so I don't want to take any chances. It alludes to intercourse, I'll put it that way. Also, I've been having a pretty good streak of runs. I got the God Cycle on the second, or I guess technically third part of this fight, so I'm curious if that tradition will hold with this run. Also need to switch to the penetrator here. When I break open this capsule. I'm shooting, why are you not doing the thing? Oh, you know what? It didn't recognize my right click, it ate my input. That's what happened. Whoopsie. Yeah, so I wasted a few seconds there, but no biggie. I need to, like, wait for... Because, like, it takes away your input a little bit while that cutscene is playing, so, like, I need to let go of right-click and then refresh it once the animation of me putting in the capsule is done. That's what my mistake was. Another tab? That's fine. Choose everything in the game totally okay to be on Twitch. Yeah, fair. And clearly IHSM doesn't mind. Sick of having to wait. You just have to wait for him to rear up for another attack. Because he has iframes while he's, like, recovering from your previous hit. Yeah. Yeah, shotgun is so good. And we barely have enough ammo to defeat this guy. Should have started reloading as soon as I got out of that little alcove. But it's like super minor time loss, if any. So, yeah. Alright, God Cycle. Will we get it? Oh my fucking god. Are you serious? What the frick? You're joking me, man. How in the world? I'm telling you, man, I've never not gotten God Cycle. I don't know what's going on. Gosh dang. We could technically still save a little bit of time on RNG, depending on how much he does in this next phase. Because he can, like, fire grenades a random amount of times before he goes to recharge. Yeah, it's time for the Raspberry Jam Smoothie. And also some parasite damage. So what's my health looking at? I think it should be at like 5 bars or something. It's at 4. That's good. Ooh, nice. I can sneak in a little health jab there. While I'm going over to get the canister. It's actually a 500 IQ thing I just did. Like sticking it in while the barrier's going down. Yeah, it actually is. I just kind of came up with that on the fly. Like, I decided, oh, I might as well heal here. Yeah, I have to stay kind of far away, otherwise he'll start doing the punch attack, which is kind of slow. There we go. That's like average RNG. He did like 3 rounds before he decided to go after me. We should be all healed up for the puzzle here. Don't have to heal anymore, I think. Alright, time for the baby smoothie. You'll take 2? It's on the house. Should I heal? I mean, I have a bar and some change. I'll risk it. I'll risk it. I'm not gonna heal. I'm gonna risk it. Also, I almost went the wrong way because I thought that was the entryway I was supposed to go into. Yeah, I don't think I need to heal because I think you take like 5 bars maximum with this puzzle, so I don't really need to worry about it all that much. Watch me eat my words though when I get a soft lock. Waiting here for the parasite to regenerate so that way that animation doesn't play when I'm on this pressure plate, so I can actually shoot. EB incoming? Potentially. We're not out of the woods yet, because the game can soft lock here when I at the puzzle where you remove the parasite. I've had it happen where I just can't move the cursor and I'm just stuck. But that quit out I did at the start of the act should help it. I've noticed it helps somewhat with that to avoid a soft lock. Which seems kind of dumb that can happen in the first place, but hey, that's Scorn for you. So if we don't soft lock here on removing the parasite, we're pretty much set. We're good. Okay. We're set. We just need to walk to the end. We need to take our victory lap. Question is, how much of a PB is this going to be? Because I doubt with my current strats I'll be able to save much time long term over the course of the whole run, but I guess it just comes down to playing it clean. Because, like, I don't know how the frick Cubo does it, but his Act 5 is a minute faster than mine, even though we don't do anything different. Like, what does he do to save so much? I'm actually confused. I mean, part of it might be the door opening thing that Looney mentioned, but still, absolutely wild. Like, if I can just shave off that extra minute, I'd have a free 119. Pretty, like, 99% sure I'd have a free 119. If I can just figure out that minute time save that, Cubo has here that I'm just not seeing. The out of fact 5 out of bounds is DSJ only, because you can only do that with jumping. Probably some more hidden strats. No door clips, no. Yeah. Not like Act 4, where we can like slant off a collision to get out of bounds, and even then it would be pretty hard to skip anything. Because like if you do anything besides uh, the DSJ route for Act 5, there's not really a whole lot you can skip. Technically you can, actually, because if you can find a way to get into the room where the puzzle is early, you can skip having to do the boss fight entirely. Because you can actually just go straight into the room where, granted you have to do the puzzle first, but you can just go straight into the room where you remove the parasite, and the game considers you as having done everything up to that point. So if we could find a way to do that in vanilla, that would be a huge time save, but I doubt that will ever happen. Yeah. And I know for a fact that you can actually just skip the entire boss, and I can just skip the boss entirely, because I've done that with a variant of DSJ where I don't do the big out of bounds skips. I just kind of did as a for fun category. And when I was routing for that, I figured out, oh, actually you can go to the surgery chair without having to do the boss. Little fun facts there. DSJ, no out of bounds, though. I'm pretty sure still has to do surgery. Speaking of the surgery, I hope you like gore, because we're about to see that. You're wondering why vanilla doesn't get shown in any marathon besides IHSM? You're about to see why. In DSJ for this chapter, you just run straight to the door, clip out of bounds, skip past the door to the final walk. Yep, pretty much. Wait, I just realized that contraption, isn't that, like, doing you know what to our main guy? I kind of suspected it, but still. Yeah, it's that time. It's that time. Milking him? Uh-huh. I don't know what the point of cutting out her insights is, though. It's kind of left ambiguous. Lucas's THX 1138. The film he made before Star Wars. Eh? Well, what's in THX 1138? Dare I ask? I imagine something very adult, if I had to guess. There's a lovely scene where Robert Duvall gets his thingy sucked by a thingy when he's watching VR porn? What? No, that's not real. That's not real. What the fuck? That is crazy. I said I could have probably switched earlier there, but whatever. Distracted me, made me lose time. How dare you, Strabo? But yeah, if this is PB at all, it's like by a second. It's like by a second. Because, like, yeah, I had a good rest of the run. Didn't mess up on Act 4 out of bounds, which is a good thing. But this long walk takes forever. and I got sidetracked and forgot to switch after I hit that lever on the door. PB is PB, yeah, but the thing is, I don't know if it's gonna be PB or not. It's like too close to tell at this point. I think we have it though, because I think this last walk takes like 45 seconds ish, and we entered it like sub 120, so I think we got it. Well, we'll know for sure though once we see the timer be green on this last split. Yeah, exactly. Gotta believe. Split times have you minutes ahead, like 4 seconds ahead. I think this is it though. It's like a 120-30 something.
Not bad.
Wow. Okay. I wasn't expecting that much for gold. Yay! Just gotta believe. It's like when you said, just gotta believe. Gotta say, I wasn't entirely expecting that, but hey, that's what happens in practice. Yeah, new PB in the books after nearly or over half a year. So I'm remembering right, I think my PB was in like April or something. Or like a bit before April. It might have been in February. No, actually. Um, Alright, yeah, I'll check out that time save. Yeah. Have a good night, Looney. Oh yeah, I'm trying to check Speedrun.com. I'm on X. Yeah, I was right. So my PB and Scorn vanilla was April 23rd, 2023. So nearly 7 months ago. The SJ Mod PB was a month before that. So yeah. So we're inching our way there. I just need to iron out the kinks, so to speak. Because like there's like some like I know that Act 4 outbounds. I'm losing time from that. But there's like some secret strats or something that Cubo does in Act 5 that I just don't do for some reason. All right, so given that I just got a PvE during practice, I think that's a good point to end it. So I'll be back tomorrow twofold, because I'll be doing the IHSM runs tomorrow with this and Slender the Arrival, which I'll practice off stream. But then a couple hours after those runs are done, at around 9 p.m. CST, so again, adjust for your time zones, I'll be back on this stream playing Nirvana Initiative, because I've been playing a lot of that recently. And it's a pretty dang good game. Before you go, though, before I leave you tonight, a few notes. If you enjoyed the stream and you want to watch more of my stuff, I have some links in the title and also in the description if you're watching on YouTube. If you're on Twitch, type exclamation mark YouTube or exclamation mark YT. There we go. Exclamation mark YT. That'll bring you to my main channel where I post speedruns like this one that I just got. And eventually I want to upload highlight videos of some of my past streams. So that's my main channel. Also, if you type exclamation mark VOD's channel, again, if you're watching on Twitch in the chat, that'll bring you to my VOD's channel, where I have videos of all my past streams. So if you enjoyed this stream but you missed some of it, or if you want to watch any of my past streams, they're more than likely on there. So go and check that out. Exclamation mark VOD's channel again if you're on Twitch. I also have a clips channel where I upload short form content like YouTube shorts or short highlights from my stream. I'm trying to put a bit more effort into that by adding some fancy editing and stuff into it. So be sure to check those out. It would be very much appreciated if you do that. Don't have that linked in a command on Twitch, but it's linked in my link tree if you look at the panels below my stream on Twitch. And I also have it linked in the description if you're watching on YouTube. I also have a Twitter, twitter.com/ at FukuVT or just at FukuVT, at nerd underscore squared if you want my non VTubing stuff. Post a lot of life updates, speedrunning stuff, and some VTubing shenanigans on the VTubing account. So be sure to check those out at FukuVT for VTubing and at Nerd Squared for speedrunning IRL stuff. And that is alongside my YouTube channels are linked in my link tree, which again is in the panels below my stream if you're watching on Twitch. And I also have all these linked in the description if you're watching on YouTube. So yeah, that'll be it for tonight. I'll be back tomorrow on the IHSM channel, though I'll also be streaming on my own channel for that at 4:30 p.m. CST with Scorn Vanilla 80%, like you just saw, as well as the anniversary updates, any percent, for Slender The Arrival. That'll be happening a good couple hours of runs there. And then I'll be back a couple hours after that at 9 p.m. CST ish with Nirvana Initiative. And I will see you all then. Thank you all very much for watching.